Howdy, howdy, howdy. We should be live and running. It's run up time. Run up time. Run up time. Run it on up. Run it on up. Run it up. Run it up. Run it up. Hello. It's time. Alright. Apparently there's a lot of streams going on somewhere today or something. YouTube must be getting hit particularly hard since I had to use the backup ingest server. But here we are. Here we are. Here we are. So this is... Oh, and you can hear me coming back through. I need to mute the other machine. So I didn't mute it. There we go. And yeah, we are in run-up time. Got about 12 minutes until we start this shindigadoo. And yeah, so I'm going to be doodling for a minute. Take your time, doodle time. Having some fun. All right. I can't be the only one who makes like funny mouth noises when they're zooming, like meow, meow. Totally do that crap all the time. Let's do something goofy with this guy for a minute, shall we? There's fun with my cheese female. I'm the tinker. I'm the tinker. Tinkering's cool. They're all. Tinkering. Loki, message my work account, please. My CGB account. playtime. Playtime is a good thing. I need more playtime. Because it's when I have playtime that I get to make some monsters and some cool stuff. And I need to be making more cool stuff. Six minutes till official start time. Sometimes it's fun just to sling little shapes like this and see where they lead to. They turn into something on another day. Minutes. Minutes till start time. Mm-hmm. 3 minutes, and we are counting down. Can everybody hear me all right? Sound check. Sound check. Back the gain down a little bit. How's that better? Is that any better? Check, check, check. Check, check, check. How's it sound now? It should be good by now, but we'll see. It's weird that there would be hissing and stuff. There's like no background noise in the room today. There's no AC running or anything. Let's try one more little thing here. Check, check. Twinkle, twinkle, little star. I wonder what the hell you are, baby. How's that? Check, check, check-a-doodle-doo. Check, check, check-a-doodle-doo. Testes, testes, 1, 2, 3. Testes, testes, 1, 2, 3. All right. Uh-huh. All right. Let's see. How we doing? Let's get rid of this stupid spit sculpt head thing that looks like garbage. That garbage can go bye-bye. Bye-bye, garbage. All right. And reveal the figure. And there we go. He is soloed, and we are here. All right. So, it is 1:01, so I'm actually a minute late. No, don't anybody get mad at me. So we are back for another week of the Artist Development Seminars from CGBytes. Picking up from last week, we're on a series right now of where you're getting to watch like a fully realized character be built from the ground up, all the way from concept art to completion. I did mention that like some of the stuff is probably not going to show up during the seminars all the way. Like I'm going to show you a lot, but there may be things that I go ahead and finish between sessions so that I don't have to take each session and drag those out for quite as long, which I did last time. Last time I ran for like 5 hours. That was kind of crazy, and I really apologize for that. That was a bit long, and I might even look into seeing if I can cut the video for that up a little bit so it's more digestible chunks. I don't know. We'll see. Let's see. Yes, last week we were working on those gloves and going through all kinds of goofiness with that. So, let's see. I'm scanning over the chat real quick, see who's here, and see if anybody has any questions or anything, or see what the chatter might be today. All right. So, if you picked up the freebie, that is what I finished. This is how this is kind of going to work. Is I'm going to show you, take you through a big part of whatever step I'm at in creating this kit, and then after the seminar, in the day or two afterwards, I'll finish that up and release it. Polish it up into a finished product, and we'll release it at CGBytes. And here on my screen right now, you should be able to see the results from last time around. So where we're at today, this is kind of my finished grunt. So if I go back over, You know, we can see. Hold on a second, let's kill Skype. It's always like a sad fart noise when Skype stops. So here we have our concept art from 2 weeks ago, and just the doodles of these different guys. And this was what I focused on, was finishing up my grunt. Okay, I glance over the chat. I'm kind of keeping it out the corner of my eye today, and I see Kim says I had a question about the morph projection from last week. So if you want to go ahead and ask that before I get too embroiled in this, now's a good time. So in the meantime, while I wait for the chat to catch up, what I'll be doing, what I'm going to be doing today is picking some of the details and things that we want to add, and starting to build up, you know, the pieces that are going to build into the next character in this set. The morph projection on the upper part of the glove, Kim says had problems with. Without seeing exactly, okay, without seeing exactly what kind of problem you're having, it's hard for me to troubleshoot it. But if you want to get with me after today, after the session today, I can take a look at whatever problem you're having and possibly help you out, help you get through it. Cool. All right, I see that in the chat. So, okay, good. All right, so I'm going to go ahead then and move forward. So here we can see this is our basic suit underneath everything. And here it is inside Zbrush. And everything has been subdivided and poly painted, sculpted out the rest of the way. We'll take a quick look, and you can see how I've poly grouped this to make isolating things easier for my texture painting. And the same with the boots. Okay. So where we are now, I want to look at our design, and there are some little bits and bobs that I want to start adding. Like I feel like the grunt needs a backpack of some sort, and there needs to be some kind of a pistol. I think the pistol would be a shared element between all three of these guys. I'm thinking a pistol and holster and backpack would be shared elements across all three. I've got some little doodads here kind of scribbled in on his right arm, but I'm going to ignore those because I want to keep him kind of a clean silhouette compared to the other guys. So let's go ahead and jump in to doing well, we'll need to do some kind of a gun for that real quick. So I'm just going to come up here and kind of give myself a very quick rough, you know, something. I want to create some kind of an interesting shape, and I tend to like at least getting things started in 2D. which I'm not on my Cintiq. I draw much better on my Cintiq, so let's just bring that in. I used to draw on my Wacom all the time, and once I got my Cintiq, my ability to actually draw on the Wacom just died because I went back to drawing, like looking down at what I'm drawing instead of the weird sort of hand-eye thing that happens on a Wacom. So, but that at least helps collect my thoughts together real quick. So let's go ahead and build that. Something like a relatively simple sort of pistol should not take very long at all to build. Okay. So I'm going to switch off from my main tool there for a moment. And we're going to go over here and work with a cube. I'm going to make that a polymesh 3D. And then I'm going to Z-remesh that by half with symmetry turned on. And here you see what we get. And then I'm just going to dynamesh that at a pretty low resolution. So let's take a clip plane and start working out some of our shape. Okay. Right, that's not bad. It's not bad. And since this is science fiction stuff, fortunately I don't really think we need to go in and do, working hammers and things like that. So I do think I want to add some thickness right here. Oop. So let's just grab that. I'm going to use ZModeler, extrude, polygroup all. And even though this is Dynamesh, you can still use ZModeler, for some quick little things here and there. And I'm going to pump up that resolution. That might be a bit much. Oh, it's chugging on that. That's painful. I hate it when that happens. Yeah, we don't want to jump from 4,000 polys to 500,000 polys. That's kind of crazy. That's still kind of high. So let's go down to here. There we go. That's a good tolerable level right there. All right, and then let's grab some of this. Okay. And right now, I really am just spitballing shapes on here. And I like using clip planes quite a bit to force things to be nice and sharp, or along a set line. Okay. So there's that. And this is a neat little trick. If we mask off an area, like right here, then invert it, now I can come in with a clip plane and you'll see how it clips down to that. When I'm working like this, every once in a while, I'm probably going to polish and then hit. Actually, I don't want to polish that too much, but I definitely want to clay polish it. Clay polish is a little different than a normal polish. It's hard to explain what it does, but its results are incredibly handy. So I will come into an area like this, and say we want to make this nice and flat. We can do that like so. And I'm not going to get very anal with the shape on this. Because, you know, there's a lot of reasons for that. Mostly this is just for me to toss a shape out that I know I'm going to use to draw a clean topology with. Okay. So now let's. We're going to mask this area, invert it. Okay. And again, I'm going to clay polish. And I'm thinking too that I want to kind of define this handle area here. Like so. Right, so I kind of like the style that I'm getting out of this. Now I'm going to do a little bit of sculptiness on it, just kind of work out a little bit more shape, a little contour in the palm. Okay. That. And here I'm just walking around this with my clip curve brush, kind of defining some shapes. Okay. And I can tell just from personal experience that the barrel on this, or the handle on this, is way too short right now. So I'm just going to take a move brush and manipulate this down a bit. Okay, and now let's add a little bit of length into the front. First off, I'm going to let's pull almost a little stock out of here. There, I'm holding Control and Shift while clicking and dragging on the center handle of my transpose tool. Okay. Then let's do a quick slice curve right here, so we cut some of this into some polygroups. And then I'm going to come into these and throw a slice circle out here, although I could just use an insert. It's really hard to decide sometimes. Let's go and use an insert mesh, H cylinder. That way I know I've got something truly circular there. Okay, and then we can duplicate that, move it down. Make that smaller. Okay. And then let's just add a rail across the top so that we work out our shape the rest of the way here. And then maybe take a clip curve and we'll just clip that rail like that. Okay. Then let's do a slice circle right through here. Maybe a trim circle, actually. Yeah, let's do a trim circle. Or trim lasso might be interesting, see what we get. In theory, that should punch a hole right through. It might not. Sometimes this acts a little strange. And it's acting incredibly strange. It seems like it might actually be... Oh, it's completely freaked out. Okay, well, we'll do that another way then, since it's going to, to act like that. Let's do that with a mask lasso. Let's take a mask lasso and put that there. Okay. And then we will group that, smooth our group a little bit. Then I'm going to come out from there and Control-Shift-Click and move these like so. Okay, I want to actually make sure that these actually cross over in the middle. So then when I hide them, I should see it filled in. So now if I delete hidden and I re-dynamesh it, it shouldn't have done that. That sucked. Let's try this again. Okay, there we go. Polish it. Clay polish. Okay, so there we have pretty good shape for a pistol. I'm gonna work with the shape for a minute, building a topology up front. I'm gonna go ahead and work to the topology now that I've got just kind of a rough guide in place. And then once that's built, I'll actually pop over into DS, pose his hand, and then shape the actual handle of the weapon to his hand and save a pose of that. That way I know I've always got a pose that works instead of having to fight with... It's harder to take a weapon and pose the hand to the weapon than it is to put the hand in a natural looking pose without a weapon there and then build the weapon to the pose. It's kind of an interesting way to do it, I think. So let's get some topology going, and I'm going to break this apart into pieces to make this a little more intuitive to work with. So let's take a slice curve, and we're going to slice here, and then I'm going to slice here. Okay. That doesn't always, like, sometimes you get some weirdness out of things, so you just gotta kind of watch for that. So there's that. Then this is really where things start getting refined on a weapon design. And really on hard surface modeling in general, I find. because it's in creating these shapes that you define the lines of something like this. Okay, so here we have those polygroups. Let's just grab that one. And those. Okay. So I'm going to unweld these. And here's a nifty little trick. Last time I showed you guys my little trick about unwelding polygroups and then Z-remeshing those polygroups. Here's another little trick that's nice to have in mind sometimes. Right now I'm going to store a morph target and then polish these so we can see them come apart. If I wanted to push those back together, since I stored that morph target, I could just dial back in now their original shape. So it's kind of a nifty little trick where you actually use morphing as a sculpting tool. So we could actually polish this stuff really far apart and then dial it back. And I find that sometimes that's really helpful for me because then I can see the separations in my groups much more clearly. Okay, so now I'm going to delete that morph target, and I have some stuff here, just the sliver that I really don't want. So let's delete that. Then we're at 45,000 polys on this Dynamesh. That's a lot. I'm going to Z-remesh this down to about 5. And sometimes things will get a little wonky with the Z-remesh. Let's set that to adaptive and see what we get. It's still trying to get rid of this area of this shape. Now that can get filled back in by this stuff, so I'm not going to stress on that too much right now. Let's just take it to a higher poly count. Yeah, it's that sliver there is really what's giving this fits. So I might need to put some guides there to try and help it understand that that is actually important. And it's still not going to do it. All right, I'm not going to worry about that too awful much. Something else I do sometimes that is really handy for kind of managing your resolution, and I find sometimes Z-remesher works better with lower poly counts. So I might go into my plugins to Decimation Master, and we will pre-process what we have, and then we can decimate this, and you'll see it's reducing the poly count. And if I reduce that poly count a little further, I might be able to turn on freeze borders and have it hold my border vertices. It's not exactly what I want. Getting there. Interesting, interesting. All right. Take it high res like that, and then start halving it. Whoa. There we go. Sometimes it just takes some trial and error, some bouncing back and forth with Z-Remesher to get it to sort of play nice and give you something really usable. And I like to take the poly counts on things down as low as humanly possible. I can also see, like, there's some groups, actually just one, but like this poly group right here, I'm not even sure how much well, I do kind of need it because it keeps some volume out the sides. So, all right, we'll keep that. All right. So I want to go through and use ZModeler to do some cleanup. So what that's mostly going to entail is ditching some edge loops and really driving that topology to a lower resolution at times. Here we're going to collapse edges. And you'll notice too, one of the nice things about going lower res with it, you start to get flatter surfaces, which really plays well into the harder surface modeling. And I'm going to remove most of the edge loops from there so that we get this nice straight surface. Then as I remove edge loops working my way around, you'll see it starts becoming much more mechanical. And I thought about it, and I've changed my mind. I do want to get rid of that poly group. It's probably going to give me fits anyway. And then let's just delete that and those. Then I'm going to delete some of these. Again, we're just straightening things by removing topology. If you think about it, it makes total sense because topology is really curves. It's defining curvature of a surface. So if you're removing it, you're going to be straightening a surface. Okay. And then from there, I might snap something like this, make it straight. And then also be prepared to move that over. And I'm going to go ahead, now that I'm down to a really low resolution, I'm going to start bridging some of these edges together. Sometimes I'll add an edge loop in so that I can make a nice straight connection like that. Let's move this down, move this. And here is a neat little trick. See where I just masked those two edges? Now if I want to straighten those, I can just take my clip curve brush. So I can straighten those out. Then let's grab all of that edge loop and we can straighten it out. And if we wanted to kind of build a little bit of that curvature back in, there we go, we've got that. Okay. Now then. isolate my trigger guard. And I'm going to go through with a clip curve, straightening up some things here. Okay. And the goal is to get as close to a good shape as you can with as few polys as possible. Whenever you're doing hard surface modeling, at least to me, that seems to be the most successful way to go about that, to go about generating those kind of those hard surfaces, you know. And it's a lot of masking followed by clipping. So here I'm going to get rid of some of those edge loops. And let's bridge to there. No, let's add an edge loop. And now we'll bridge. Okay. And then let's insert some edge loops. And here you're going to see me counting. 1, 2, 3. So let's add number 4 right there. And we're going to bridge. Okay. And we're going to add a couple more edge loops. We're going to do some bridging now. And I need to put an edge loop back down the center here. So I also want to get rid of those. Okay. I just glanced over the chat, and Kim made a comment about clipping. The thing about clipping is there's a rhythm to it, and a way that I find myself working where it's hard to explain, but there really is a rhythm to using it, because you're going to hold Control and then Shift, and then click and drag. So you'll hold that with your left hand, and you'll click and drag with your right, but then sometimes you'll tap the Alt key with your thumb. And so it's almost like your keyboard becomes almost like a musical instrument, because you're going to have, you have to kind of build a certain sort of dexterity with those keys, and you develop a rhythm for how those things should be hit, and when to hit them to do one thing or another. So let's just get rid of a few more edge loops because we do not need them. Do we want to keep that? Yeah, we want to keep that. It's always funny too because I think out loud the whole time I'm working. Okay, so we need to kind of rebuild a center line on this. And so I'm going to hit mirror and weld, and that's going to give us some tries in a few spots. And I can kind of prejudge where those are going to happen, and just make sure that as soon as I hit that, I go ahead and make it a point to go clean those up. Okay. Now here's another nifty way of straightening out edge loops when you're doing hard surface modeling. If I hold my mouse over an edge while I'm in ZModeler, and then I hit spacebar and go to transpose, and then edge loop complete. Watch what this does. If I click it, it masks everything except that edge loop. So like if I were to grab this, you can see it's going to move that edge loop. Now that edge loop continued down to here, so I'm just going to go ahead and manually mask that stuff off. But once I've done that, I can then take a clip curve and I'm clipping exactly that edge loop. Very handy little technique there. You can see how much straighter and more mechanical that stuff's becoming. Okay. And then I'm going to repeat that process on these guys here, these vertical lines. Of course, that's a loop that runs on through, so I have to manually mask some of it. And that also works on the outer loop, however far that runs. So there we've straightened all of that up pretty well. I think we could probably touch on this guy a bit. So now that's starting to look like something really mechanical and solid. Jay Hudson asks, clipping's done with a brush. Does that mean everything in ZBrush is done with a brush? Essentially, yes. The vast majority of the time, almost anything you do inside ZBrush is going to be done with some form of a brush. Okay. I don't think I need this, actually. I'm going to probably end up adding that back in with either an extrusion or an insert later. So I'm going to delete that. And this one. I feel like these two shapes right here are kind of my main shapes. So, but I don't want to delete those. I'm just going to split them off so I can see them as kind of a guide. And then I want to go through and finish out the rest of this shape. Okay, now we're going to bridge here to here. There we go. Have to make sure it's clean. And then where do we want to go here? Let's just add an edge loop here, and then we're going to bridge here to here. Actually, no. I want to go from. Ooh, I don't like that. I don't like the way that's working out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. So you want to play it that way, do you, buddy? We'll just add one here then. There to there, there to there. Much better. Right, and now let's just do a little bit more straightening. I find it's better to go ahead and handle straightening this stuff as you go than trying to get something straight and mechanical later. Okay. Let's just move that with a transpose tool. There we go. That's looking pretty solid. So looks like I have something stray right there. We need to get rid of that. Now I want to give some attention back here as we start stitching this together. So bridge, and let's move. Move this in side view, and we can move that so that we get a nice clean arc out of it too, which I like. Interesting that I didn't want to bridge that. There we go. That's what I was after. So after I've bridged that, I'm going to collapse that poly loop. And you'll notice that when I do that, because of just the nature of collapsing a poly loop like that, it's going to create kind of a smoother connection here. Just a little clipping. There we go. I really like the way this is working out because it's given me a lot of shapes that help inform the design quite a bit. And I always just kind of dig the way that works. You know, you start something, you spitball something, and then it's like as kind of goofy and almost esoteric as it sounds, sometimes it's like the mesh starts to talk to you. You throw some Dynamesh out there, you squeeze it around and squish it around until you kind of get a general shape. Then that starts to inform where you're going to go next. Then you pick something else and you kind of whittle away at that. And before long, you're ready to start doing some clean mesh on top of it. And then that clean mesh kind of starts to guide you, and things develop this sort of evolution while you're going, and it just flows. And that's actually probably the part of modeling that I enjoy most, is when I'm doing something that's creative and I'm able to just kind of let it find its way just from the shapes and things that I start slinging. Okay. And do I want to get rid of that? Very tempting. I'm very tempted to just ditch that poly loop altogether and start bridging this. I think that's a good way to go, actually. So let's move that. I see a nice. This is kind of what I was just talking about. How the mesh eventually starts to dictate itself. It starts to tell you where it wants to go. So now I can look and go, well, this is here, and what would this naturally connect to? It looks like it should connect into this. So we can make that flow like that. Okay. Now here we have an interesting problem, because this hole has a lot going on in it. We need to make some good choices about how we're going to fill this. So I think the first thing I want to do is make sure that I keep clean edge rings going down the middle. So I'll drop a couple of edge loops here that I know I can use to connect. Okay, so let's bridge between these like that. So now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 vertices. So I'm always counting those vertices, always counting where, how much I have, because I want to keep everything quads. So let's just add, and I know that's still going to be 5. I just added 1 to kind of help close the gap a little bit. So let's close this from here to here. So now we have this triangle. So what are we going to do about that triangle? Well, this is what we're going to do. Anytime we have a triangle, especially something that's as easy to look at as this, it's a great example of this. Anytime you have a triangle, you can count the points on it. Go 1, 2, 3, and then from there you can pick any one of those edges. I always count the points first for some reason. I count the points to make sure. Sometimes you get things that look like triangles, but there might be a point here and they're just all in a straight line. So, if you're passing your mouse over it as you count, it's a quick way to make sure that you still catch those. So I'll count 1, 2, 3, and then I'll pick an edge, and I'll try to think about which edge I want to split from so that I add a 4th vertex that I can then use to close the hole. So let's go here and add an edge loop here. And the reason I chose that one was I could see if I went from here, if I add an edge loop here, it's going to run all this length and not really in a place that I need any extra resolution added. If I add an edge loop here going across behind the trigger guard, then yeah, I can close that up really easily, but it's going to create kind of a strange shaped polygon there. But adding one here, I can see that's going to play into, again, this is the mesh telling me what it wants. Here I can see how that's going to roll into the rest of this topology. So now that I have that, let's go ahead and close that up. Now I could close it up by bridging this hole, or I could stitch this vertex to that one. And that's what I'm going to do, stitch that. So next I'm going to refine the shape a little bit. I'm going to use transpose, and this time we're just going to do single edges. Okay. There's that. And then I want to get these guys right here pulled right into there. Okay. Now let's just unmask a little bit of that. I want to clean up that shape a little tiny bit. There we go. Okay, now that I know that handle is really, really fat right now. That's all going to change once I get this basic topology in place. Let's take this and slide that guy on back. Slide that one back a little. Okay. And I'm just going to kind of clean up this contour a little bit more. All right. So next we need to fill in this hole. And there's a lot of different ways we could do that. I think I'm going to use a technique. I'm at least going to try it for a minute. It might work, it might not. There's a technique that I used, if you were watching when I made boots a while back, I used this technique where I temporarily turned my mesh into something that had thickness so that I could use Q mesh to sort of intuitively attach things. So what I'm going to do is extrude all my polygons, and I'm going to extrude them inward with just a little bit of thickness like that. And you'll see that it flips my normals. So I'm going to hit flip faces, all polygons, and flip them back out the right way. Right now we have an enclosed shell, which, just as a side note, this closed shell you see right here is really kind of an interesting thing that you can make so easily in here, because that closed shell can go to 3D printing and do some really cool stuff. So I just dig that. That's something I'm really fond of. So now that I've created that closed shell, I can switch my my polygon action to Q mesh, and we can start to pull some things like this, which you see is much more interactive than maybe some of the other methods. So I really kind of like that. You gotta be careful sometimes, though. Right. And I think, yeah, I want to use some of that same technique over here. No, not like that. More like that. There we go. And when I'm using Q mesh, if I alt-click to create a temporary polygroup, then it will move both of those. Okay, there's that. And then let's do a little bit of that transpose like I was showing, so we can straighten this all up. Now, if you wanted to go into some crazy amounts of mechanical detail, you can use this kind of shell-based modeling approach and then start extruding things inside, connecting things together. You could get really granular with your detail here, but I'm going to focus on just creating kind of the outer bounds of the weapon and move with it that way. Okay. A little bit of cleanup. There we go. Interesting how that connected right there. I don't like that. I don't like what I'm seeing out of that. Let's just relax that a little bit. Sometimes you can relax this stuff, just hold shift and brush over it. smoothing it. And then when you come back and Q-mesh over it again, it'll clean up quite a bit. I'm not real worried about the shape right there because I know where I need to clean that up in the end anyway. So here I can see I need an edge loop just so we can connect that nice and clean. All right. Let's drop another edge loop in here so these will connect well. Right now, my main concern is just filling in my volume and getting my topology in place I'm going to work with the rest of the weapon. Okay. And just like with the edges, we can hold our mouse over a polygon and choose transpose. I'm going to keep that set to single polygon. So now I can grab just that poly and move it up. Alright. Now I can see here that I could add some edge loops. Let's do one, let's do one more. And let's do maybe one more. It's hard to say, hard to decide. Sometimes it's a hard call. Okay. Yeah, every once in a while I might switch out and grab a move tool or like a moved topological tool so that I can kind of it's not wanting to grab that polygon. Oh, I hate that. Hate it when that happens. Sometimes you gotta inflate it a little bit, play with it a little bit. There we go. That's what I was looking for. Sometimes you have to tinker with that a little bit to get it to want to connect when you're using Q-mesh. I'm going to scroll back through the chat window for a second. Enrico says, okay, Les, so you're using a double-sided mesh. I also see a lot of models out there that are single-sided. Any suggestions on when to use double-sided mesh, when to use single-sided? Rarely will I keep something double-sided, like where panels have thickness like this. Almost everything is going to be joined together into one contiguous volume mesh for the outermost volume of an object. Very rarely would I do something otherwise. In this instance, just like in the boots a couple of weeks ago, using that double-sided approach with thickness, I only do that really just as an advantage, some of the advantages that it presents with some of the tools in Zbrush. It's really the only time you ever see me do that. Alright, so now it looks like I have a logical point here where I can kind of smooth some stuff a little bit. And you can see here how we're starting to get this shape that gives us this nice definition for where the grip on that handle would actually connect. most of the time, I swear, a model will pretty near tell you what it wants to do. Right now, this guy says, I go here. But he's being a little disagreeable, so we need to force that. The topology says I go there, but the brush says no, no. Interesting. Yeah, sometimes if something gets a little bit off, you can end up with a screwy thing sticking out like that that will jack up your symmetry. So every once in a while, I like to double check. Now, symmetry in ZBrush mirrors from right to left, so I'm going to flip this. I'm going to mirror it on X, and now I'm going to mirror and weld so I get my symmetry back. Now I can close that up. And I believe I can delete that edge loop. And that's going to leave us sitting quite pretty with this guy. Okay. Now I want to look across this. I can see I have a nice edge here and a nice edge here. So I'm going to want this to connect. I really want to count these edge loops, or these edges right here. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. So I'm going to end up adding one somewhere. Let's add one right here. And now we should be able to Q-mesh our way into closing this hole. Just about there. Oh, maybe I didn't need that loop. Oh, did not need it. There we go. So now that's closed. Let's take my smooth brush and just smooth over some of this so that we even those polygons out a bit. And if I were to go into a smooth view, you can see there now how clean this is starting to show up. So the next thing I want to look at is the top here, and it would be kind of interesting actually. I mean, if you wanted, again, I'm working from this thin-walled double-sided mesh. Like, you could actually build the slide on a gun if you wanted to do a more realistic modern gun. You could build a slide off of that. You could build all kinds of little parts off of that. That would be you know, quite realistic. So I want to transpose these two polygons right now, and I'm going to use the extrusion function of the transpose tool, which really is just a fancy way of saying I'm going to yank these polygons out. So I'm going to hold Control and Shift, pull those forward, then let's clip them in line with these. Okay. And the reason I did it that way is that's going to give me a nice flat surface going across the top. And then from there, I can sort of eyeball some edge loops that are going to match up across here. So it becomes kind of like a game of connect the dots once you've got some basic meshing in place. And then we should be able to just Q-mesh to fill this because we have that thickness there. the whole reasoning, the whole theory I have behind that thickness, the whole technique behind it is that that thickness allows me to have a polygon around the edge that I can pull with Q-mesh that will, because of the way Q-mesh works, it will try to connect to things around it. And so that gives me this opportunity to just quickly yank polygons that connect and help me fill in volumes. So there we have the main volumes of this weapon in place. Okay. Then, because I'm working with this thickness to it, it allows me to grab Q-mesh in places like this and just pull. And you see how that starts to close that up for me now. It's always interesting to me how the process can seem really slow, but then there comes this point where it just starts moving so fast when you work this way. Like so much of it feels like preparation work, and really is. It really is just preparing for the moment when you get to start zipping right through it. Go. I'm going to need to pull these guys out. So let's just grab that. Grab those two polys. And we'll just pull them all the way up here. Okay. And we can do the same with these. Might even just, polishing is not really going to work for those. So let's just do a little bit of smoothing on some of this. And sometimes when you're working like this, you may end up losing some volume. So if you do, I'll just take an inflate brush and thicken that back up. I think at this point I want to start making sure this is a little bit flatter. So I'm going to make a temporary poly group of this stuff, and there we go. Flatten that. Push it back down a little tiny bit. There we go. I like the way this is leaving this little lip right here, because that'll make for a nice detail as we add the barrels in. Okay. Now then, we need to sort of get these polys relaxed back a little bit so that we can start closing in the shape. This is definitely a point where it's probably going to try to get finicky with me. It's okay. Sometimes a little trial and error is what it takes. You can see as I pull those, a lot of times I am smoothing them back. We're almost there. We almost have our closed volume all modeled up here. The neat thing is about those closed volumes too is once it's a closed volume, because you created it with this thickness, if you auto group that at the end, you can you'll find that you end up having two groups. You'll have the interior mesh and the exterior, so you can just delete that interior mesh. So here, let's grab that. And that. So now we have a fully closed mesh. And I don't want to totally lose my original poly groups. So I'm going to hide those. And we'll auto group that. Actually, I might just have to rebuild those. Let's just auto group that. So now you can see there's the interior mesh from it. We can now delete that and we have this to work with. All right. So from here we can start refining a lot of things. Here I'm using a slide command, slide edge command. And let's do a little bit of poly grouping. Let's see what kind of groups I get. So I know it's my poly groups are going to help me keep really tight control over a lot of this. You'll notice sometimes I will hide a poly loop and auto group just to come back and grab what was connected to it and expand once so that I put those together. All right. And I think I'm kind of torn as to whether I want to keep this loop around here or not. I think I'm going to get rid of this poly loop. Collapse poly loop, like so. Maybe collapse it again. Sure, why not? Because now we can really straighten this shape up. Like that. Really want the straightest possible lines I can get. Cannot overemphasize how important those straight lines can be in doing something that's a hard surface model. Okay. Corner bits like that where it wants to select a whole lot more than I want, those can be problematic. There we go. And this is almost cleaned up and ready to put those barrels on. So that's nice and straight now. There we go. So now I'm going to add a little bit of detail in some places. Grab this, this, and that's not the direction we want to go with that at all. There we go. That's where I want that to go. Now, in theory, I should be able to extrude this poly group. Pretty clean result. That's good. And I want to slide some of these edges over because I'm going to create my barrel actually out of an extrusion. So we'll add insert here, and we could split that. Maybe I don't want to do that. You know what? Let's not do that. Let's use a mesh insert. So let's go grab this guy. Insert H cylinder. Drop him in place. And after we start drawing him on, I'm going to hold the shift key, which should have snapped it, but it didn't. Shaping it. And I'm going to delete edge loops along its length. It looks like my chat window is not updating. So, there we go, there we go. Ah, okay. Yeah, I was just informed that I was missing some stuff in the chat. My son Killian came in and told me, so I looked over and the chat wasn't updating, so I've fixed that. So now I'm going to take a second and kind of look back through and see where things are. Cinder throws an apple at him. Nice. In thing. Let's see. I'm going to go back and kind of take these randomly. Let's see. So many. Crap. I'm so sorry, folks. the chat didn't update for me, so I didn't see it. I was wondering. I thought, usually you guys aren't this quiet. Let me pop that out. They'll follow back through real quick. Sheep. Do not throw sheep or ducks at me. A duck. Is Killian watching? Yeah, Killian's watching from another room. Okay, I'm gonna scroll way on back apparently. Oh crap! I feel awful, awful. Oh. All right, it's actually a lot to skim through. I'm gonna end up going really, really quiet. If I'm gonna end up getting really, really quiet if I go read through all that. And Killian, if you're still watching this, please, by all means, jump in that chat and answer some people. Help me out here, son. For those who don't know, Killian is my son, and he kind of took a little sabbatical for about a month, but he's back with us, and you're kind of kicking ass and taking names, so kid's pretty awesome. Let's see. Squirrels and chipmunks. You guys are funny. Plus side is we were answering questions for each other. Good, that's good. I like it when you guys kind of talk amongst yourselves and kind of start to figure some things out. That's good. That's a good thing on a lot of levels. So while my attention is back on the chat for a second, let me just pop open, double check that Skype window too, because that was not on. So let's see. Projection. Jay Hudson asks, can you make a brush from an image like you can in PSP? I'm guessing that's either for Photoshop or Paint Shop Pro, one of those two. The short answer is yes, but not like you're probably thinking. You can use images in ZBrush to create alphas that will affect your sculpting and affect all kinds of things about a brush. You can also use images in a thing called Spotlight to project them into polypaint for texturing. You can put an image inside a brush and paint with it and do some neat stuff with that. So yes, you can, but it probably works a little differently than what you might be thinking. Okay, what's the damn yeller things? I'm guessing magic bugs that you're referring to those, the little pins that show up. And those little pins are a visual representation. Like when I hit D, I go into this dynamic subdivision mode. Sometimes I'll refer to it as a smooth preview, but that's not really correct. It's dynamic subdivision. When you're in dynamic subdivision, it's giving you a kind of a smooth preview of the mesh, what it would look like subdivided. And those pins that show up are actually placeholders for the original placement of your vertices. So they're like handles, really. If you grab one of those while you're in that, if I grab one of these, you see that I'm moving that subdivided mesh. Okay. So I feel like I've kind of caught up a little bit. I certainly hope so. I was a little worried there for a second. I want to go ahead and finish out the rest of this. I'm going to keep this kind of simple for now because if I sit here and I spend the rest of this time adding a lot of details on this, then I'm not going to end up finishing out some of the other stuff that I want to touch on today. And we are coming up on, we're actually a little bit past time for what I like to call our 7th inning stretch. So I always like to kind of in the middle of a session take a little short break so everybody can stretch their legs, grab a drink, talk for a second. So I want to finish up at least putting these barrels in and adding the rail back on the top. So I'm going to use split point to split this vertex in the center of this cylinder. And I'm going to temporarily close this concave hole. I say temporarily because you see that creates these nasty, nasty triangles, and I don't want those. I'm going to get rid of those eventually. I'm actually just going to leave that barrel an open mesh on the back end because it's going to be pressed into the rest of the gun. But I close the meshes because if I use Q-mesh or extrusions and I don't have that closed, a lot of times it can cause me some real grief, and I prefer to just go ahead, close my volumes, and not have to worry about that. So now that I've closed that, I'm going to press this back into place. And then, of course, you can hear Mr. Heisenberg has made his presence known. It's usually about this time on Friday that my daughter comes home from school, and the dogs have their afternoon flip out. So I'm going to extrude poly loop. Now this is interesting. Kind of pay attention to this for a second because it's an important thing to keep in mind. It's a really handy little thing about ZModeler. Is that whenever you're in ZModeler, if you hold your mouse over a polygon, you'll see you'll have these little lines that show up. Those lines are telling you what direction your operation is going to happen in if it's a poly loop direction or a poly loop operation. So right now I have a poly loop operation. If I were to point it out here, you can see it would happen over those poly loops. But I want to point that around the circle so I can extrude that out, and then I'm going to pull that the rest of the way out. And I want to take a quick look at my edge loop here and make sure this is straight, which it is. So that's telling me then that this is not straight. Okay, so let's just snap that nice and straight. So now that's all true. That's all quite solid. And this is actually all a little bit long for my taste on something that's supposed to be kind of just a little handheld, a single-handed pistol of sorts. I'll just pull that back. Then I want to add some edge loops. And I want to make sure that they are straight. No, back here. Thank you. Add one more right here. And there's a way that I want to pull some interesting shape out of this. Kind of fill in some space here. And that's going to be by selecting, I also need to note, since I used the H cylinder I need to double check and make sure that I rotate it so that it has a center line facing up. Otherwise, that's going to give me fits later. So here I'm just going to drag a transpose line, which will snap really nicely to that vertex. I'll just hold shift and drag that. And so should be able to eyeball that pretty well. So in the end, we're going to mirror all this anyway. And let's do some slide some of this stuff around a bit. And I want to look at certain aspects of the shape right here. There we go. Oh, I want to make sure that I mask that center line. There we go. What I'm doing there is drawing my mask with a lasso. But as you draw, if you want to move it, you can reach over with your thumb and start holding the space bar, and then you can move that wherever you want it. Let's do a transpose on this edge loop. And I want to mask everything except this stuff. Pardon me. There we go. I kind of dig the shape this is making right here. Let's just incorporate that into our design, shall we? Yes. Let's do that maybe like this. Yeah. It's kind of neat the way QMesh works, the way it connects things and does all kinds of goofiness that can kind of play into your design process. I dig that. I dig that a lot. Alright, so I'm going to do a little bit of hiding and showing here to, oh, and there's the obligatory crash. We always have to have a crash every session. Let's see how long it takes to fire back up. All right, and we are back at it. Can't keep me down, Zbrush. No. All right. So I'm going to just refine this shape a little bit. And I think I want to poly group that. Then I'm going to mask this. Slam that shape back a little bit. All right, we only have a couple things left to do on this, so I'm going to go ahead. I see people calling for a break. So I'm going to take a short break, grab myself some water. Everybody take 5, and we'll be right back and finish this model up. Actually, the rest of this will go, I think, a little bit faster, but hard surface stuff is so picky. Even something that's kind of small like this, it's just so damn picky that you know, you can kind of get bogged down in it. So I'll be right back. You folks enjoy yourselves for a couple minutes. I have returned. Yay. All right. Post-nuclear mutants. I can make those. Smaller-sized critters and mutants. Oh. I take suggestions, Terry. And folks, let me know if you can hear me. Make sure that I'm here. Think of the announcements. That's right. I'm back. I'm back. Back in the new one. Sorry. Scooby-Doo type monsters. Loki, knowing you, you just want the Scooby snacks. And we all know what Scooby snacks are. All right, Scooby. Ruh-roh. Now, Mr. Rogers, I make monsters. Let's not go plugging my competition here. All right. What are Scooby snacks? I'm just going to move right along now. Terry's just kidding there, milk bones. No, Terry, they're not milk bones. Those are not milk bones. There is no way that Scooby snacks are milk bones, okay? All right, let's finish this puppy, shall we? So, extrude, polygroup all. Let's pull some shape out of that because I like the idea of that forming kind of a whatchamacall that thing? Oh, I said it earlier. I used the word earlier. Slide. Right. And just harden those surfaces up a little bit. And you notice that polygroup those as well. And then we're going to harden that up. Sometimes we might have to come in here and get granular for a second. Like that. Or that. Yeah, they're dog treats. And Shaggy wasn't a stoner. All right. Shaggy was a stoner. The dog was eating pot brownies. Everybody knows it, Terry. It's okay. I don't even do those sorts of things. I'm just amused. You crazy kids. Shaggy was the original hipster. Come on, guys. Surely somebody else here has watched Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back. Kim, Scooby is a cartoon dog. He can have whatever he wants. And if Scooby wants weed, Scooby gets weed. Just saying, I'm pretty sure, at least in my world, Kevin Smith is probably going to be my final arbiter on all things Scooby-Doo. And with that said, just go watch Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back, and we're good. That's interesting. Boy, why is that? That's really odd that it just doesn't want to do anything but that one group. That's really weird. Oh. That is really bizarre. Okay. Well, there we go. Yay! Now that's back. That's what I wanted. And there. See how we're looking now. Now, as I'm doing this, and I shift into that smooth view, that dynamic subdivision view, I will occasionally go into the creasing menu and hit crease polygroups to start getting some harder edges show up even when it's subdivided. And I'll also turn my crease tolerance down to below 70 and crease my edges that way, and then you can start to see a better representation of our final shape. Cinder asks, what is the difference between using Q-mesh to extrude and a regular extrusion? Let me see if I can explain this. With Q-mesh, it doesn't just extrude, it extrudes, but it also looks for neighboring polygons, edges, and vertices that it can weld into and then clear out, delete faces that would have been left over from the welding. So like if I were to Q-mesh these two polys, you see how as I pull that, it looks for things to try to connect to, okay? Well, if I just do an extrusion, then it doesn't do that. Hopefully that made sense. Okay. Let's take this stuff right here and move it a little bit. All right. That and that. The reason I did that is I'm actually going to use extrusion right here. Actually, I'm going to use transpose, sorry. Transpose these polys, and then I'm going to extrude them with the transpose line, like that. And then I'm going to clip them so that they stop right there. And then I'm going to add one edge loop, two edge loops. So there's one. And actually maybe that's all I want to add. Yeah, just the one edge loop. So now let's transpose that edge loop. I'm going to snap it, clip it to there. And so now if I go to QMesh and I grab this polygon, see how that welds into those. And then the same should happen right here. Although before I do that, I'm going to slide these outer edges over to an angle pretty similar so these line up. And very close, very, very close. There we go. Yeah, I see where Andy Rogers says cool auto weld. I'm guessing you're referring to QMesh. Actually, it's not cool. It can seem cool, but it's really not. Sometimes that QMesh will jack your model up so bad that you practically have to start over. I'm very, very sparing and very picky about where and when I will use QMesh. I have had it absolutely screw me over pretty hard because sometimes it will close things in places and ways that you can't tell it's doing it until you get further down the line and you find that your model has gotten like convex points welded and all kinds of weird stuff that's just like, oh god, this is more trouble than it's worth to try to fix. Be very, very, very careful with QMesh. It is a finicky, weird thing. It can be cool. It can also absolutely give you nightmares. Alright, so where do we want to go from here? Let's go here, here, and here. I like to polygroup things as I go, just so I know I'm kind of keeping track. And those polygroups will play into my my UVs when the time comes too. And that's an important thing to keep in mind. It looks like, are those triangles? No, those are not triangles. I'm surprised. Those from a distance look like triangles right there. I'm not liking this, so let's do a little bit of edge sliding. It's kind of a slick little trick right there. If you have your Z modeler set to slide edge, if you slide it right up until it stops and then just pull back a little bit, you'll be right up close to another edge, which you can then use to make sure, like from there, if I let go and I slide it, now it's going to slide, you know, in a very smooth, almost, you know, perpendicular sort of way. So I just want to make sure that I slide all of these edges so that I get a nice even distribution coming around this guy. Right. And then let's, do we want to clip that? I think we want to clip that. Are we doing this? We're doing this. We're doing this. We're clipping it. We're clipping it so hard. Clip, clip, clippity clip. Right. clipping it, and clipping it, and clipping it, and going, and clipping it, and clipping it, and clipping it, and going. Yeah. Clip, clip, clippity, clip, clip. We got some clipping to do. Clipping and sliding, clipping and sliding. Yeah. There we go. Open it up. Open it up. That's better. So, we have clipped, we have moved, we're still moving and grooving. And is that a triangle? That is a triangle. That is a damn dirty triangle. Sometimes I will smooth things for a second just to let the polys open up and look and make sure there aren't triangles in the spot. That's what I'm doing right here. And no, that's not a triangle. It's just real tight. All right. Slide that edge up. Slide that edge. Sometimes it gets a little finicky. It's okay. We can hang with that. There we go. That's what I wanted. Straighten that baby right up, right there. Okay. And then we're going to shift that one a little bit. And grab that. And I want to just look at this poly group. Snip. Right on. Snapped it right on down there. Is that, oh, nope, that is not a triangle. That's just some stuff packed together real tight. Real tight. There we go. Just open that up a little tiny bit. It's okay. This ain't gonna hurt. Alright. Smooth some of this back, work on that handle a little bit. Crap, crap, come back here. There we go. All right. Give that a little bit of form with the shape to it there. Now let's pull some stuff off the top here. Sci-fi weapons can be fun. And I'm pulling that up with Q-mesh. And let's use transpose, polygroup all. Pull that forward. Just give that a little, actually I don't really want that there. Forget that. Slide this guy back. Slide that guy back a little bit. And transpose, edge loop partial should give me just this stuff. And we're going to pull that in. Cool. going to harden some edges real quick by using crease, edge loop complete. There we go. You can see there that really starts giving us that slick sort of clean mechanical shape. There we go. You don't want to do these everywhere, but there are lots of places where it'll be really handy to have some hardened edges. Especially areas like this where you just have an extrusion. You just need to get the edge tightened up a little bit. There we go. Let's do this entire edge loop, like so. And it's always funny to me how once you're at this point where you can start hardening those edge loops with creasing, things really start taking shape, start feeling much more complete. Now I can start adding some other details and things in. Like important stuff. I'm going to use an interesting little polygon command right here. I'm going to take my Alt key and make a temporary group of these two polys, and then I'm going to go to Inset Region. So that it's almost like an extrude, but it doesn't actually give it any thickness. And what that's allowing me to do there is create a hold loop. And then I'm going to crease all of these so that when I extrude this in, it creates a very tight, crisp hole into the surface. Okay, so like if I show that now creased, that's what we get. And then let's extrude, polygroup all, and I'm going to pull that up. Again, I'm going to crease all on that group. And then let's pull a polygon off of here. And here's a neat little trick. It's actually a trick that Josh showed me the other day, something that I hadn't stumbled onto yet, is that if you're using Q-Mesh and you start Q-meshing a poly, but then you hit, what was it, Control as you're pulling it, instead of extruding it, it'll just pull a copy of that polygon off. So then I will crease all on that polygon. I said crease all. It should be much better than that. Anyway, let's just pull those, unmask that. That's interesting. There we go. All right. Just going to work with this shape a little tiny bit for a moment. Okay. And let's move that down here. I'm going to extrude that poly group down a little bit. And if I make a temporary poly group from those two faces, transpose, poly group all. Okay. There we have that. Okay. Magic Bug says, why does it keep going around? Not quite sure what you're referring to. If you can clarify that question a little bit, I'll try to answer it. Since this is sci-fi land we're in here, let's maybe make that trigger a little more interesting. And I might have, yeah, I've got a loop there I want to collapse. And let's just refine the shape a little tiny bit. Like that. Okay. And let us do, I want to add some shape in here that kind of comes up and meets the barrel. I'm tempted to do that like this. Oh, always got to keep an eye out. If you notice right there, see how I'm extruding here, but it's pulling out over here? It's because it accidentally made those part of the same poly group. That is something that you got to watch out for. If you have a part of your model off screen and you know, various commands that you'll do can create new poly groups. If you have part of your model off screen, you could end up affecting things in some really weird ways. So always be sure to kind of keep an eye out for that kind of thing. It's being finicky again. There we go, Zbrush. Now let's grab this much. Just move that down a little tiny bit. And I also think I want to add something to make this barrel more interesting. I don't like just the plain cylindrical barrel at all. So let's auto group those. That way I can select this even easier. Grab that. Okay. I'm just going to group this section. Let's group those polys. And actually just grab all of those. And I'm going to extrude this out twice. Shrink my selection once, and then I'm going to extrude this poly group. Shrink again and extrude that poly group again. And this should give me a really interesting shape there on the barrel. Which I am then going to move. So I kind of dig it. Reminds me of like a flare gun sort of thing, but I'm okay with it. I think it's kind of cool. It's got kind of a utilitarian snub sort of attitude to it, and yeah, I like that. All right. So, and this is, obviously this is demonstration. As I mentioned earlier, the stuff that I do during the seminars right now on this project, I'm going to be finishing out after we're done, and then I'll make the finished version available. And I think that it's showing a lot of the stuff that, or showing you guys the process. You can kind of see, from where I'm at here to, where it ends up completed. And then, of course, you'd be able to go grab the freebie version of that and look at the final version. I want to go ahead. I'm probably going to add a lot to this afterwards, after we're done today. But I'm going to go ahead right now and show you what I was talking about altering the weapon to fit a pose on the figure. So let's go over to Dash Studio for a second. I'm going to go to the figure's right hand, and I'm going to pose this right hand really quickly. And this is there's some little tricks that you're about to see me use here in posing that are just kind of a nice little sidebar to pick up, because some of the tricks that I'm going to use here can be really, really handy in like if you're working on a pose pack, any of that kind of stuff. So I'm going to select, I'm going to hold the control key, and with the arrow with my pointer, I'm going to select each of the first joints of the fingers here in the viewport. And then when I go into my scene tab, you can see that they're all highlighted. Well, if I right-click those and hit Select Children, I will get the rest of the finger. Then in the Parameters tab, all of those show up. And if I click on the top one, hold Shift and click on the bottom one, you'll see a number appear in front of each of these parameters that they share. And that's telling me how many copies of that parameter I'm actually active with. So like for instance, there are 3, 6, 9, 12 joints. So that means there's 12 bends. So if I select all of those and I grab this dial, let's give it a second, I can bend all those fingers at once with that. So you can't see, but I'm kind of holding my own hand up in front of me, kind of making a gun sort of grasp pose to look at. So I want to pull these back a little bit. Now, continuing on with this little trick that I was showing, if I go through here and I control click, say everything that has a 2, now I'm operating only on the second joint. So, just thinking about the compression of the fingers on holding something like that, we really want to open up the third joint a little bit. I lost my selection there. Oops. So let's just 1, 2, 3, 4. Select. Right click, select children. I like keeping that selection up because it makes it easier to work with my hands. So, from that same view, let's find the index finger. Let's see, ring 1, index 1. And let's pull that out. Now, anyone who's ever worked with firearms a little bit knows you don't put your finger on the trigger until you're ready to actually shoot something. Kind of an important thing to know. So I'm going to make this pose so that his finger actually would be laying down the side. That's how I always learned to fire a pistol, was to make sure that my finger was down the side so I could point my finger, like holding your hand out in front of you, point your finger at your target before putting it into the trigger. So there's index 1, or I could just control click index 1, and where's index 2 and 3? There we go. And then if I select here and hit 0, it's going to 0 the bend out for all 3 of those. So see there, we're pointing at our target. Now the thumb, I'm just going to manipulate kind of interactively. Like so. And then once I have that in place, let's see, I think I might want to, yeah, there we go. That's a little better. Let's open this up a little bit. And my textures are so dark on here right now that I'm going to slip over into a different view mode for a second. There's that. Almost there, I think. Really close. Yep, there we go. So now I'm going to send that over to Zbrush. Of course, our gun was huge because I made it without really paying attention to any scale there, because I started from a cube. That's okay, we can scale it down. Magic bugs. Yeah, I actually do that too. My pinky tends to float because I'm gripping primarily with my middle and ring finger. It really depends. It really depends on the grip on the gun. All right. So now I'm going to scale this. And I've been scaling with transpose, although I could come down to deformation and just use the size dial there. That's not bad. That's actually not bad at all. Okay. All right. So I would probably want to go ahead and do UVs on this, like now. So let's go ahead and do that while I'm thinking about it. And this is, something you guys see me doing a lot is and hear me talking about a lot is how those poly groups are so important for your UVs. Because if you have good poly groups, then you can create UVs very easily. But if you don't have good clean mesh creates good clean poly groups, and good clean poly groups create clean UVs. So I'm going to go ahead and shoot some UVs on this. This way. I'm going to force these to split across the middle in some parts. And at this point also I would remember how we had that triangulated mesh right there. I'm going to go ahead and get rid of that. So there we go. There's that. And then I'm also going to push the barrel, the back of that barrel on in where we can't see it. And I'm going to get rid of those polys as well. So if we don't need it, we don't need it. We're not going to have it. So there. Just doing some last minute poly grouping so that I know I can force myself to have some relatively decent UVs on this. I'll probably end up changing them before you guys see this as as something to download. All right. Oh, also want to make sure that I have poly groups on the trigger or the way that I want their UVs to fall. Really what you're doing when at this point when I'm defining these poly groups to use for my UVs, it's just making sure that I'm telling it how to divide up my UV shells. So Now I'm going to go to UV Master. I want symmetry and polygroups on. Unwrap and flatten, and that's not a bad unwrap for a first time out on that. That is not bad at all. What will be next on the list? Well, this today is building this prop, and I'm going to try to slam through the holster. So, and I'm not going to do. I don't think I want to do any rigging related stuff. I don't know. It depends. I'm going to take a little head count before we end things today, and kind of see where everybody's at, and see from you guys what you'd like to go over next. Because I know I have some requests on rigging, I have some requests on poly paint. I've got requests on a lot of different stuff, and so I'm going to take a moment today to kind of listen to you guys a little bit and see where you want me to focus next. And then what I'll do is I'll take that request and apply it to the next phase. Like say, okay, well, they want that, so this is where I'll go next on this character development. And if it's something that maybe is a little further down the line, maybe I fill in the blanks a little between here and there, and we'll see. There's a lot of different ways that I can roll with that. So anyway. So I don't want to labor too long on my UVs. I know that I'm going to get the UV shells I want. There's a number of things I would do to these before I call them done. But right now they're clean. They're just not well packed, and there's some things that could be straightened out and yada yada, that sort of thing. And I might. I think I am going to go through and split some of these up so that we have left and right side UVs on some stuff, on more stuff. Just because I do kind of find that I kind of like that on things like this. So let's do one more unwrap. Let's see what we get now. Oh, and it's even a better pack. Yeah, it's much better, much better. I would go through and organize this. You know, we can look and see topologies in these islands that would be the same. You know, that would correspond across the axis, the center axis, and then we could move those and put them in place together so that you can look and go, okay, that's the grip, that's the barrel, that's this other part. And I'll go through and organize that stuff later. I don't want to take up a bunch of time with the UV editing right now, since I've already covered that a little bit in the past. So, but right now I know I'm going to get clean UVs, and I'm going to get those UVs in the form of polygroups that I like. So that's a good thing. That's all quite nice. So from there, I'm going to finish out the shape on this by moving this up into position on the hand. Okay. So I'm going to turn off symmetry, and just clicking on a point that I know is dead center and dragging with my move transpose tool. I'm going to switch to rotate, and bottom view. If I hold the shift key, it's going to snap to 15-degree increments as I rotate. Now I'm going to rotate again. Let's move that up. Oh wow, that's actually not too god-awful bad. Right. So yeah, we definitely need the handle to make some gains. just mask that stuff off. Turn on transparent here. And I'm going to turn on local symmetry. I'm going to switch my symmetry now to work along Y because we've rotated the gun. So now we can still work with symmetry on. We've just changed the direction of symmetry. Cinder has a question. It says, when I UV mapped a product, move the pieces around in Zbrush and unflatten, Zbrush moved them all to the top corner of the map space. Why would it do that? None were over the flat area. It is likely that there is a tiny piece of mesh in your model that is so small you don't see it, and it had its UVs floating outside of unit space. And when you unflatten UVs in Zbrush using UV Master, when you hit unflatten and it restores the model back to 3D space, it will look at anything like that. It'll take all the UVs in the model and make sure they are normalized into unit space. So if something was floating off and you forgot about it or didn't see it or didn't know about it, when you unflattened it, it's going to force everything like proportionally. It's all just going to get shoved, basically scaled down and moved into place. So you probably, if that happens, you flatten it again and look at the UVs, then odds are, in like if all of the mesh is off to one corner, if you look in one of the opposing corners, just because of the way scaling works, if you look in one of the opposing corners, you're probably going to find whatever it was caused it to do that. All right. So I have symmetry on, but set to vertical. And I'll just pull this handle, maybe smooth it a little. Okay. You'll notice too, I'm going to go back and forth between ZBrush and Dash Studio with this because I want to alter my shape and my pose. So I started with my pose, I really started with the gun, but then I've worked with my pose a little bit, sent that over, and then after I have my gun roughly in place, I'll probably tweak my pose a little bit more so that it's all really the best it can be. So let's send this guy over to Dash Studio. So there he is. And this is just a temporary copy of it. So now I'm going to grab each finger joint. And this is where the posing part can get a little tricky. It's not too bad. So, because we want to have the fingers compress down below the guard. And sometimes I'll use this little guy right here to tweak a pose out too, tweak out some positioning. Most of the time I'm going to do the majority of my posing clicking in that yellow, the yellow dot in the center. Now let's send that back over to Zbrush. It should replace it right here in the shot in our document. And did it just send? Oh wow! For some reason, it decided to send my gun all the way back to its original position. Oh wait, there we are. Interesting, interesting, interesting. Sometimes GoZ can do some wonky stuff. So let's just tweak that out a little bit, shall we? Really? Well, that's interesting. Well, the nice thing is, since we have the pistol over here in Daz Studio, we could just send it back and it's going to be where I want it to be. There's that. Huh. That's highly irritating. That's definitely our position right there. You can see the hand changing. Interesting. Did my preferences get changed? No. It should be importing straight in as a subtool. That's really odd. Sometimes things can be so annoying. And we'll just pop that guy in there. Delete you because you are unneeded. You are unneeded and unwanted, and you can just go away. Alright. This should have our UVs on it so I can get my poly groups back really easily. Yes. The groups with UVs. There we go. So I want to make sure that I have that symmetry on Y turned on. And I think I want to make some slight little modifications to my shape. Like that. Now I know my shape is going to work with my pose. All is well. I do have to reset my creasing. But that's not too bad. Right, now the easy part is going to be creating the holster. So to do that, I'm going to make a duplicate of the pistol. And this duplicate is really just a placeholder. I'm going to put it down here where I want the pistol to, or where I want the holster to sit. It's actually tempting to move it design-wise down onto the calf, but I do think that I want it. I don't know. Do I want it hanging low or do I want it hanging high? Let's see. Let's kick that out. Someone is absolutely right here about the trigger. Let's alter that just a touch, just a tiny little bit, because that does need to be larger. This is true. This is so true. There we go. Yeah, we could just mirror that from here. Magic Bugs is asking about mirroring this. We could, pardon me. I should, if I turn off local symmetry and I hit mirror, and that'll pop it over into this hand. So, like, I would probably make a duplicate and go ahead and mirror the duplicate. That way we have two, one for each hand. And I would just texture the one because the UVs are going to be the same across both. So let's go back here because I want to wrap this up with making the holster. So let's move that down, let's move this over, like so, yes, yay, we're good. Awesome, awesomeness. And, I'm actually thinking that I want to put the holster. I'm trying to decide. I haven't quite made my mind. Let's look back at my concept art. My concept art, I have a traditional sort of side-slung holster. Let's go with that. Let's stick with that. Sometimes traditional is not a bad thing. So I'm going to keep it relatively straight because straight like this is going to make for easier rigging later on. And I'm going to keep a copy of the gun here. I end up with 3 copies of the gun because I've got one on each hand and one here at his side. But I'm going to duplicate this one. Okay, so that's a duplicate. And I'm going to Dynamesh it. And we're going to Dynamesh that to a much higher resolution than that, though. A little higher than that. There we go. And then after I Dynamesh it, I'm going to turn on local symmetry, and now we're back to symmetry on X. And what I'm going to do from here is inflate some stuff like that, and Dynamesh it again. That's going to fill in those holes. I'll inflate a little bit more. Polish it a bit. Dynamesh that. And now if I unsolo and I turn on transparency, you can see we're working right in the same space as that copy of the gun underneath. So I'm going to polygroup all of that together. And as far as a holster design goes, let's just pop over into a handy dandy browser for a moment and sidearm holster. Let's go to images. And I do this quite often is I'll pop around in Google or Pinterest. Actually, I like Pinterest a lot. Use Pinterest for all kinds of wacky stuff. Let's just type sidearm holster in Pinterest and see what we get. Okay. I like that. Nice and modern. That's kind of interesting. I like the little utility pouch in the back. I like that a lot. I like that molded look. It's kind of cool. Now that I like. That turns me on right there. That's good stuff. So let's work towards something along those lines. Now, I'm not going to rip that off. I'm not going to borrow straight from that. Obviously, that has a clip holder on it anyway, so I'm not going to use that particularly. But I like this idea of just this very simple molded design. So let's take a trim curve and I have a little bit of fun with how we trim this shape down. Okay, there's that. And then I think I want to stylize it a little bit, give it a little bit of a cut like that. Then I want to harden up some of the shape right here. There we go. And then I'm going to come through and fill some of this out. And then I'm probably going to end up clipping it back down. There's that. Now let's just move some of that. And then some of that. And I definitely want to fill in this stuff. Okay. Then let's use an H polish. If I hold the Alt key on H polish, you'll see that it pulls out. And that could be kind of handy. And I'm going to switch to blend so I can really see what I've got going on here. That. Now we're starting to get some lines in that I like. Let's kind of walk back around this and use those little polish lines as a guide for creating some contours with a clip curve that should be kind of interesting. Okay. Let's hard polish some of that. I kind of enjoy hard surface modeling in the weirdest way. It's it just has a different set of processes to it than what I've done for years with creatures. And sometimes it's just kind of fun. Clean up a little bit of that shape. Yeah. Really digging that. Digging that a lot. Let's run some clay polish on that. We should get some nice crisp edges. Oh yeah. Okay. And I'm thinking, oh, I'm so torn right here. Something I'm thinking about doing that I'm not sure I want to do. Do I want to do this? Let's do it. Nope, that's not what I wanted. That's not what I wanted either. Well, that sucks. Okay, so let's clay polish that. Let's do a little bit of moving, right? Oop. You run clay polish, always make sure you clear your masking off afterwards before you try doing something else. Yeah, I want to make sure that I tweak this out so that we don't get, so everything has plenty of clearance and all that. Make sure we got plenty of trigger guard there. And yeah, if the market ever leaves me, maybe I'll just go into business making accessories for weapons. I actually have a good friend of mine from back home who owns a custom gun shop and makes, does custom made firearms, who recently had a really sweet, like engraved, really pretty 1911 that he built on the cover of Guns and Ammo magazine. Like, nice going, man. Very cool stuff. I know some people get wiggy about guns and all that, but like, you know, I'm an Appalachian guy. It's kind of a thing. Yeah, you could totally 3D print that holster. 3D print that all day long. So this is actually a good opportunity to show the topology brush. So I want to make some cuts on this with my slice curve that sort of follow the curvatures that I've made. Because by slicing this, I'm going to be able to use the edges of those poly groups to create curves very easily. And the slicing, the slice curve brush like this is far more accurate than just trying to draw on with the topology brush. Okay, so now I'm going to hide some stuff. And let's do slice curve for that little area, and then for here. All right. Deleting hidden. I actually think I want to put these guys in the same group with that. And let's take that topology brush. If I start drawing, after I draw, if I hold shift, like if I start drawing near the edge of a poly group, like that, but then I hold shift, it'll snap it to that poly group. Let's delete by symmetry for a minute. That way I get some edges that I can use to draw some curves with. There we go. There we go there. That curve sticking off, because we don't need him, and we don't need him. And now I can, nope. I thought I could mirror and weld that. It's being finicky. Right, yeah, if I do mirror and weld right now, it's going to mirror it across to here. So I'm just going to turn off symmetry, move this guy over. So, come here, shift, drag, there we go. that. Here and weld that. And let's see what we get. We'll give a Z-rematch. Probably. We shall. Symmetry. Same. This might actually turn out pretty good. Oh, wow. Oh, my. That turned out way better than I expected. I'm sorry, that's really cool when that happens. Nice. Now we should be able to half-res that a couple times. Might get a little bit soft in our curvature right here, but still, that is not bad. And now I can just use Z-Modeler, harden some of this stuff a little bit, and get some of those cool little edges back. And then this is so clean at the moment, we can actually just use Z-Modeler to clean some of it up even further too. Too much there or there. Oh, but we can get rid of you and you and you and you. Yes. Sweet. There we go. So now we're down to 400 polys on that. That's the neighborhood that we want to be in. That's Mr. Rogers' neighborhood right there. All right, so now we need to extrude this. So extrude polygroup all, and we are going inward, which means we will have to flip our faces. But there we are. Nice modern looking holster. Now I want to come to the inside of this. I'm going to turn off symmetry. Just about everything we do from here on is not going to have symmetry on it. And I'm going to use the topology brush to draw a clip on here, like a belt clip. Probably put a pair of them. So here I'm just drawing these curves on, and wherever they intersect, I'm going to create polygons. And I think I'm only going to draw really just this very minimal amount of lines. And that's going to give me these islands that I will use to build out into these clips the way I want. So let's mask that one. And I'm just going to make sure those are nice and straight. Okay, so we have that much. And I really feel like these should be oriented opposite of how they're going. So let's move that. And maybe, you know what? That little guy right there is going to go away. I'm not really digging him. He has no use here. So now, this is a neat trick. If I have some mesh pulled through using the topology brush, and I want to square it, I can just go to clip rectangle and draw a rectangle inside there, and you'll see that it makes it perfectly rectangular. So let's just go ahead and model this out into a loop for a belt to attach to. here. Let's just pull that out like that. And then I'm going to add some edge loops. I said I'm going to add some edge loops, buddy. So weird. I don't know why I was doing that. Oh, fine, whatever. Add some edge loops, and then I'm going to split some points so that I create these little studs that hold it on. So let's make sure before I extrude those that those don't belong to anything else, and they don't. So I'm going to start by insetting these, just so that we have a little bit of a hold to them. So inset, polygroup all, region, pull those in. I'm going to shrink my selection once. Extrude, polygroup all. And we'll go 1, 2 with that. And then I'm just going to slightly smooth what I have there. Expand once. Polygroup it, and we have that. All right. So you can see what we have when this is smoothed. It works pretty darn well. Next, I'm going to mask everything except that little strap loop there. I said I'm going to mask everything except that strap loop. And let's just put a copy of that right there. I'm also going to move these up a little bit. And then I'm going to put a third one down here because I'm going to also give it a leg strap. I'm going to make this one smaller. That. And there I'm just extruding that lip polygroup from around our holster. That way it just kind of creates a hold there. And next up, we have 2 belts to make, and then we are done. So, to do these 2 belts, so many different ways we could do it. I think the way that I want to show you today is going to be with the topology brush. So I'm going to draw a belt across here. Bring this around across these pads. So we have it right. side here. Let's connect some of these. Yeah. And this is all kind of approximate stuff here. Actually, I don't think I'm going to connect those. I'm going to go ahead and tap create mesh from that. Let's come out of our smooth view. And I'm going to do a lot more of this just extruding poly by poly. Because I'm at a point now where I need to get super accurate with it. So I'm going to start extruding polys. And here I'm going to use that trick I showed earlier. I want to reduce the volume of this a little bit, but I don't want to do it as much as polish will do. So I'm going to store a morph target, polish it, and then dial back how much I want. Okay. There we go. All right, then let's transpose this, polygroup all. There we go. Thread this right on through these guys. Want to make sure that you give enough resolution so that when this all starts bending later, you won't have problems. Decide what I want to connect this to. And I want to make sure that I turn it a little bit so that we keep our topology nice and even. Okay. I think I'm going to delete some off of the end right here and connect it across to there. It's hidden. Now I want to delete that single poly. We're getting there. And even though it's intersecting through here, I'm going to end up editing that, moving this out, shaping it around a little bit. So, but right now I want to get it connected. So let's bridge two holes. Give it a little bit of resolution when we do. Okay. Now I'm going to unsolo. I'm going to go into transparent mode there. And just gently move some of this stuff around. Still kind of like the idea of it riding across the back here. I'm going to mask off a bunch of this so that I can use a transpose tool to do a little bit of rotation right here. So we can sort of flatten that strap against the side of the body. Also gives it this nice natural little swing coming off of here. I'm just inflating that a little tiny bit. Yeah, some stuff just takes a minute, man. I see the comment in there about speed on the stuff. I can tell you, when I'm not trying to show somebody this stuff, I move about 4 times faster than I'm going right now. But I'm trying to take the time and let it be seen, you know, let you guys digest what I'm doing. You guys can ask Gina. She screen shares with me sometimes because she works with me, and sometimes it gets kind of goofy. But, you know, it's not really a race, though. It's not really, I mean, there's a certain component of things from a business sense. It's like, yeah, I want to be fast because fast helps me make more money. But that's not always the goal. It's just to be fast. Being fast is useless if you're not good. So there's that. So I think I'm going to now use this polygon strip from the belt to actually extrude the belt again new, now that I've got a shape that I like for it. So let's just come down here and do that. Okay, and it does flip. So we might have to, there we go. Now let's flip those polygons. There we go. The reason I did that, the reason I like, you notice I inflated what I had drawn out and manipulated it, and the shape gets all irregular. So then I selected an edge ring from the inside of it and deleted the rest of the belt, because that edge ring then could be extruded again and be made nice and smooth and steady. So there's that, and we can make some alterations. Maybe I will pull this out. I think it should probably ride down a little bit, so let's let that baby ride. And the way that I'm pulling this stuff out is with the Move Topological brush, and I'm holding the Alt key. That way, instead of trying to move it perpendicular to my screen, it's going to move it in and out from the screen. Okay. So then the next thing I'm going to do is create a buckle of sorts. And the hint, I'm going to create kind of this fake impression of extra belt hanging away. So to do that, I'm going to make a temporary poly group of a few of these guys. Let's take Q-mesh. Start dragging that, and as we're dragging it, I'm going to hit Control. Although I think I have one poly in that group that I don't want, so let's just be careful about that. There we go. So now I'm going to start pulling and then hit Control. And I don't want to go very far with that. Okay. Then I'm going to temporary polygroup these. And now I'm going to extrude them, polygroup all. Oh, there we go. Like that. And actually, this isn't going to be a fakey belt. This is going to be a rock solid belt. So check this out. Now, if we add some edge loops right here, like so, now I can take Q-mesh and just push through, and it's going to, it's going to kick that out like that. Now, if I delete that poly and that poly, I can come here and bridge from here to here. So now you see how our belt goes around and it's nice and tight together. So I'm going to add an edge loop on here as a hold, keep my shape solid at the end of the belt. And a nice little detail might be to add a couple of edge loops like that, and then do an extrude poly loop here and here. So you see you get that sort of thing, although I don't know why it would be doing such a wonky deal over here. Let's make sure we've got enough edge loops back here for it to actually behave. And then let's grab all of the belt and uncrease everything on it, because those creases are causing some problems. So, there we go. That's more like it. That's more like what we want. Now let's throw those edge loops in. Extrude, extrude. Now we increase polygroups. I said we can increase polygroups. And maybe right there too. There we go. So now our belt has a nice little trim, nice little edge to it. Okay. And I'm going to add just kind of a solid looking buckle to this. And the way I'm going to do that is going to be just extruding a single poly, single no-sided poly. Let's do that from here. Do that like so. Make sure it's its own poly group. And then we're going to extrude that. And we'll extrude that poly from there. That one from there. Slide these edges to tighten the shape up a little bit. Cinder says, how do you create temp polys again? If you have the Z-Modeler brush enabled, if you hold the Alt key and click, then it'll create a white poly group that is a temporary poly group. Yeah, I do that quite often. All right, so let's mask that. Here's a neat trick to keep in mind with the transpose tools. If I put my mouse, if I have a transpose tool enabled and I put my mouse over a vertex, it's going to snap to that vertex, and then if I drag to another vertex, it's going to snap to it. So if I snap from here to here, that means my transpose tool is aligned along that edge. So I can then move that object by holding shift. I can click in the middle and move that object along that line. You also see that it aligns it locally, so now I can move that in like this if I want. I just find that to be kind of handy. So I'm going to use that to my advantage right here to scale this. Not really scaling it, I'm using the move transpose tool. And then here, I'm just going to do that again. And then I'm going to add some thickness to this, move it out, like so. And we could build ourselves a really pretty solid buckle from that. Actually, right here is my favorite way, just even on normal clothing, on just about anything, to build buckles, is to have a poly group, just like a box, sitting where I want the buckle to go, and pretty close in thickness to the belt itself. And then I will create temp poly groups for the front and back, and then go to delete polygroup all and delete those. So once I have those deleted, then you can see I have that ring of polygons. So now I can extrude polygroup all. And there we have our buckle well underway. So if I want to give that a little bit of smoothness, while everything else is hidden, I can hit Control D, and that's actually going to subdivide that surface. If I polish that, you see that would actually make a nice ring. But I'm going to add some edge loops in around the corners, like this. And let's add a few more to help hold the shape. Then I'm going to set my smooth brush down to a pretty low Z-add and just kind of tap around it. That's going to loosen that shape up a little bit. Like that. So then from there, my transpose tool should still be pretty much where it started, but I could always drag it back out again. And then we can rotate all of that like so. Maybe take a move topological and just kind of allow that to bow out just a tiny little bit, because it's little details. People dig little details. Like I'm always saying to my 5-foot-tall wife, it's the little things that matter. If she hears this, she's going to kick my ass for that. So now, since I'm getting all crazy with this, I'm getting crazy on it. Let's add a couple edge loops there. I'm going to drop an edge loop right down the middle of this. Let's plot a few more guys right here. Right here, maybe one right here, one right here. Now, we're going to put some fake little holes in here by using a split point. And I'm also going to transpose this edge loop right here so that I can bow this out just a little tiny bit. Do that with that one too. And there's that. And edge loop right here. Split that point. Let's do one more right here. Let's keep that. Oh, maybe one more. Let's do one more. Okay, so now that we have those, select those guys, and we've got some weirdness going on with some poly groups, so I'm just going to auto group those, and then in my poly groups I'm going to hit merge similar. So now that should have these guys all merged together. I don't know why I merged those though. Maybe because it only has 4 faces. Who knows? That's okay. We can just manually kick that out. So now we have these as their own poly group, the little hole guys, and then we're going to extrude in. Now I like to do this with just those showing so that it doesn't accidentally regroup them into other poly groups. So I'll extrude that. Actually, I want to do an inset once so that we create a bit of a hold loop so that our shape stays intact. And then I will extrude that in once, maybe even twice, I don't know. Let's go once, twice. Pulling that in. So now, you notice I kind of gave it a little bit of a lip there. So now if I am looking at that smoothed, you see the little holes you get. And then the last thing I want to do is add the little bar that goes in here. So I'm just going to draw that on with a topology brush, like that. And of course, you know, it comes in super low res, but I'm going to hit Control D once to subdivide that. Then I'm going to smooth it a little tiny bit. Then take the move tool, move the end of it out. I'm just going to shove that into place, smoothing it until it's down just big enough to fit through that hole. And I don't like the tip on that, so let's flatten that guy like that. Okay. There's that. And I would really repeat basically that process for the belt to get the leg strap going through. So it'd be all the steps. I mean, there's a lot of repetition there, but it's really not that many steps. I mean, it's the same things over and over. So if you go back and kind of rewatch, maybe take some notes from sections of this showing the creation of that belt, those are the same things I'm going to do to create the secondary belt going around the leg, the little leg strap. So there you have our pistol and the holster. And there's a lot of techniques involved in this today that, you know, that are repeats of things you've already seen, and you're going to see more of that kind of repetition throughout the remaining elements that we have. So I'm going to call that a wrap for today. I hope that in showing this that I've been able to share some stuff with you guys, maybe some ways of thinking about things. The thing that I'm finding as I teach and as I work with people is that while the techniques are the same things over and over a lot of times, the place that I'm finding people consistently having problems is not so much learning the techniques, it's in learning how to open up the way they look at the techniques and how to apply them to different situations. So it's one thing to learn how to move around inside a program and how to manipulate a set of tools to make them do one thing or another, but it's another thing altogether to start thinking outside of the box enough that you're able to apply those tools and really start to imagine and gain a broader grasp of how those tools apply to any kind of task that you want to use them for. Cinder says, I'm still in awe of the threading through the loop. It's just little tricks, little techniques, you know. I like my modeling, though. I like my modeling to come through nice and solid like that. That's kind of important stuff to me right there, is that stuff be just super, super solid. I really dig. I actually, it's funny, I was going to do some kind of a fake solid buckle thing, but then it was like, man, you know, just a couple more steps to make something, you know, that's a little more, has a little more fine detail to it, so might as well do that. You know, it's like, what does it hurt to go ahead and do it, you know? So at this point, I want to throw things open for a few minutes before I have to take off, and see if anyone has any questions. You know, if you have any questions or comments, and I also want to kind of open up and talk to everybody for a minute about aspects of things that you'd like to see next. So that said, let's hear what you guys have to say. You know. Very cool. Very cool to get some feedback. Well, the silence is deafening right now, so. Where I'm headed next time, between now and next week, like the freebie from this week's seminar is going to be the gun and the holster. And then for next week, I'm going to try to have some stuff kind of set up a little bit more ahead of time with some of the elements that'll go on to build him out into another of the characters. Cinder says rigging for cloth, movement in cloth and hair. Terry says monsters. Monsters would be a whole other thing, Terry. That's outside this. That's not in this series. We'll get to those another time. Rivers is poly paint and setting up bi-ray shaders. We've got two more for rigging. All right. So far, that's kind of where I'm heading to, is rigging. Yeah, I think that what we'll focus on next week, yes, rigging will include weight mapping. Weight mapping is integral to that. Weight maps, yes, everybody, weight maps. The black art of weight mapping. I got a lot of questions from people about weight mapping. Actually, Andy, talking about character morphs in Zbrush, at some point I am going to touch on a character morph with this series. Just because I think there's some things, there are some little tasty tidbits inside that studio and Zbrush that I think go unnoticed a lot and are really, really cool. And Nick says, I started rigging with V4 and I have difficulty with weight maps for G3. Yeah, if you are used to the old method in Poser, moving to weight maps can be weird. It was easy for me because outside of Poser, I always did stuff in Maya and 3D Studio Max. So, and I've kind of operated on that end of things as well as our little world for a very long time. I've been doing this for 20, doing 3D for 21 years. And been a professional artist for 23 and doing 3D for 21 of it. So yeah, for me, skin weights were always a thing because that was just always a thing. It was just always a thing I did in Maya and Max, and sometimes other stuff, occasionally soft homage, occasionally Lightwave or Cinema 4D. And when those were introduced into Poser, I was very happy about that, and it opened up a lot of cool things. And then, of course, DAZ Studio, and actually. I have no qualms about going on record as saying DAZ Studio has a way better implementation of weight mapping than Poser did. I mean, sorry guys on Poser, y'all good dudes. I know a bunch of those guys. I've known a lot of those folks for a very long time. And kudos for the effort, y'all, but when it comes to weight mapping, DAZ Studio's weight mapping works. Like, if you learn how to do weight mapping in DAZ Studio, you are like an eighth of an inch away from being able to do it inside Maya because they're that similar. So, it's really kind of cool. And there's a lot of things just from the experience of that other stuff that I bring to the table that I'm finding really plays out well. And a lot of folks, who come from that Poser rigging background have a lot of trouble adapting to this different paradigm. Susan says, I'm having a problem with the chain right now, and it is in the weights. Susan, I will tell you straight up, there is a very simple way to deal with that. And that is create a polygroup for each link in the chain, and then have a bone for each one of those groups, and then tell it to autofill by groups, and it will weight each of one of those links to its respective bone, and then you will have rigid chain links. There was a piece that I worked on recently for a client, actually working with Gina, because in case you folks didn't know, Gina Bratowski, who you see in here, is actually part of our studio. Gina is 6S1 is not just me. 6S1 is me, Killian, my son, Gina Bratowski, and Josh B. Crockett. So there's 4 of us here. We're not all in the same place. We all work spread out all over the world, but we operate as 6S1 Media. But yeah, Gina had a job she brought in a while back that involved some chains, and there were some problems with it. And so what I did was I actually came up with a way to rig that stuff inside DAZ Studio with. It ended up being 186 joints for this one chain. It was pretty nifty. I actually used Poser for a minute on it for certain things, and it was a weird process. It's kind of my own voodoo that honestly I think would be way too confusing to try and teach it, but it's some neat stuff. But anyway, all that to say, there are a lot of little tricks you can pull inside DAZ Studio, Susan, that are pretty sweet. Let's see. Yeah, Nick, on chains, yeah, you can flood fill each link, but there's actually a trick where you can. It's kind of a long story, but it involves like writing out hierarchies and doing some goofy kind of, like I said, it's kind of some goofy voodoo stuff. But you write this stuff and actually script the figure into the scene so that it automatically generates all the bones you need to go along with all the groups you have, and you can flood fill all that at once. There's a command in there that will actually do that, and it's pretty sweet. So anyway, let's see. River says every few weeks maybe have a show and tell. I would love that. I would love to throw this up. I know I've talked forever about doing Google Hangouts, but I got in such a habit of this, and I have my streaming software is set up with this just boom already in it, so I can literally at any point in the day I can hit a key command and I should be streaming. So it's just become a habit to do this. I need to get off my duff and break that habit and get us into Google Hangouts so that it's a little more interactive. But that would be a great place to do that, because then people can pop stuff on screen. Yeah, Nick, there's all kinds of goofy stuff that you can do with. Yeah, there's a lot of crazy stuff. It gets some of it gets kind of complicated. Some of it gets kind of in depth and weird to deal with, but yeah, there's a lot of ways to do this stuff. Well, folks. So I'm just going to kind of call it, say, the general consensus is going to be next week is going to look at some rigging. We're going to deal with some skin weights and a number of different facets of that in relation to building the next segment of this big series of content. So, which I'm actually excited because I'm real happy with the way this stuff's coming out. Really love the look that we've got going on with it. If I switch over here, let's just go take a look at all of that for a moment. Because I really dig it, especially inside iRay, because iRay is just damn sexy, and anyway, next week we will be looking at rigging. We're going to rig some props, some kind of props, kind of clothing, kind of I don't know. It's hard to put a term on it actually, but yeah, we're going to do some rigging, and that'll be loads of fun. So anyway, that about wraps it up for today, and thank you guys for coming out and watching. Please, I want to see shares of this on Facebook and Twitter. We don't promote Twitter a whole lot, but we should. And I believe there is a CGBytes feed on Twitter, and there's CGBytes and 6S1 both on Twitter. So please, hashtag us at whatever you do. And also, if anybody uses Reddit, okay, Reddit, help us get some traction there. Would love to see a little bit of movement for the stuff we're doing there, because I know Reddit has a lot of good conversations and stuff that go on, that are very topic specific, and it would be great if you folks, who are kind of coming along and getting the goods from us, could help us out by sharing that stuff. Facebook, Twitter, Reddit, even Pinterest. I have a massive Pinterest page that I think I shared some stuff with you guys on a week or two ago, and share this stuff, please. That is the thing that is going to guarantee that I will be able to keep doing this for you for the long haul, because it's through those shares and through spreading this stuff through social media that we will get new viewers and new folks coming on board. So, and that's really important. We really want to see that traffic increase and see more people come in. And really, it's kind of it's just a cool thing, because I feel like, and I hope that the stuff I'm sharing is actually some pretty valuable information. There's just, I've been around the block a lot. I got a few things I can show, and I feel like a lot of the stuff I'm showing is kind of like, hey, check this out. These are some fast ways, some little tips and tricks on how to get to these kind of ends. So now I know the seminars tend to run really long, and a lot of people may be turned off by that. So there's some things that I'm looking at to kind of provide some supplemental videos and stuff like that here and there. I actually have 2 of those I need to upload, so mental note on that. But anyway, yeah, please, like and share the stuff, and pass it along. Pass it around to people through Facebook, Twitter, Reddit, Pinterest, Tumblr, I guess, all that kind of stuff. And also, if you do, make sure you contact Loki and let him know, because he handles a lot of the marketing stuff for CGBytes, and he'll help make sure that stuff gets kind of propagated throughout. So. Gina asks, what is Reddit? Well, it's not Blewett. Ah. Let's see. Well, folks, all right. You guys feel free to hang out and talk amongst yourselves, here or wherever. I'm going to be calling it a day, and so till next time, you guys keep making some cool art, making some cool stuff, and for any folks who may not know, my name's Les Garner of 6S1 Media, and this is the CGBytes YouTube channel, CGBytes Artist Development Seminars. Thanks for coming out, and we'll see you next time.